switch.
Yes.
There we go. And then I think you have to press the button on that side and it'll turn blue.
It is
There we go.
I just want to get it right.
Reminder, 8th graders, after everyone left after presentations yesterday, the floor was really, really full of crumbs and wrappers and other things. Just a reminder, there are no snacks in here. You can have water and drinks, but no snacks, okay? And if you move your chair, I know 2 people I see did, please move them back. I don't want any of the chairs to be moved. Thank you.
Water.
Is this on?
I don't think so.
Try talking into it.
Hello? No. I don't think so. I don't think I'll need a microphone, but might as well have it.
Hello. Alright, so we're gonna start in a second, but just use the arrows to click through. You can read right off the slides. That's totally fine. Just talk nice and slow.
I'll try.
Let me just double check that everything else is all set.
All right, everybody, so we are going to start day 2 of presentations. So if we can please put all of our devices and everything away. Once again, keeping in mind, when you are an audience member, your voices are off. If you need to be spoken to, that is points off of your project. Okay, we had a couple of issues yesterday, so this is everyone's first warning. So keep yourself facing front, voices up, be nice and respectful. And whenever you're ready, you can take it away, Connor.
My name is Connor Herzig, and this is my presentation on teen mental health. The problem is teen mental health has been getting worse and worse, and why this is important is because teen mental health is tied to teen suicide. That's not good. How did I reach this problem? I was thinking of problems that were important to me, and this one stuck out in my mind, so I chose it. And why is this important to me? Is I have a bunch of friends and people in my life who have mental health problems, and I want to do something to help. Past solutions and impactful policies that happened is Suicide Prevention Week. Don't know when it is, don't remember, but an obstacle in that was whether or not people would actually participate. And I don't know if you can actually see this, but this is my survey I sent out, and this is, have you ever had suicidal thoughts? And 71% said no out of 21% responses, so I think that's good. My scientific investigation. For my scientific investigation, I sent out a survey to see how teens themselves feel about their mental health. My comparative question was, what do teens think about their mental health? And I've got a table, and this is how they'd rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the worst. people who rated it 1 to 3. 6 people out of 21, I think this was. Might have been 18. 4 to 6, 6, and 7 to 10 is 9. And then I also asked how people, whether or not they think school or home affects it more. And 42% felt that school affects it more. My scientific findings. My claim was teen mental health is at an all-time low. And the most important part of this graph, I don't know if you can see it, is teen mental health, specifically in girls, but in both of them, has spiked since 2011. It's only rose, so not good. My expert interview. When I was looking for an expert, I looked for someone who is relevant to my topic and relatively close to me. Miss Brown fits in both those categories and can expand further in my topic. Miss Brown is a health teacher at Mohawk, and in class she already talks a lot about teen mental health and works with teens, which made her the perfect fit. Some of the most important things I took from the interview is that you're not crazy if you have a mental issue and you can talk about it. She also said that she thinks that in our health curriculum we don't have enough time to cover everything thoroughly enough. She also said to ensure people that they're not alone and there are people that can help. My policy proposal is to bring more research into teen mental health and what kind of effects what kind of events affect or cause it to get worse. My first step would be to research the topic further and find out how to and who to talk to about my proposal. The audience I think would be appropriate would be community health members, and my next steps would be to pitch my idea to people who can make it happen. Future steps. I want to bring more awareness to teen mental health, and a future step I could do is make it so more schools have a health class so teens can be educated about mental health and more. Frequently asked questions. Are there any resources for children feeling stuck? Yes, there is therapy and different hotlines you can call for help. What to do if you're too anxious to go to school? Talk to your teachers, they can help out with most things. Does physical exercise help teens with stress? Yes, it reduces the body's production of stress hormones. And where can I go to help my mental health get better? You can go to counselors and they can get you in touch with a therapist if you need one. In summary of my proposal is to bring more awareness to teen mental health to both teens and adults. Thank you for your attention. Is there any questions I can answer?
You didn't die, Connor. Let's go. Meeting the head.
All right. Yeah. I think I just turned it off, but it wasn't working.
It wasn't?
No. I think I just turned it off. Just now, like a second ago.
When I got
All right, so you guys can come on up.
check.
Sit down and pick a spot.
All right, so do that. Speak towards the mic. Hopefully we can figure it out. If not, just project.
Okay.
Big loud voices that both of you have. I'll let you.
Rick, you talking?
What?
Say hi, Mr. Friday.
No.
Perfect.
All right. So yeah. So just speak towards the mic. It'll pick it up. Speak nice and slow. You can read off your slides. It's totally good.
Good for you.
And you'll use the arrows to click through. So whenever you are ready. All right, everyone. First up, thank you so much.
I'm Virginia Kreisman,
And I'm Brianna.
and our presentation is about depression in teens and what we can do. The problem. Depression in teens has been a problem for a while and recently has gotten worse due to many reasons. Going into lockdown during COVID also affected teens a lot, and depression increased by 25%. We reached this problem because we have been hearing a lot about depression in teens from friends and adults, and we wanted to find a way to help them. It's a problem because it is negatively impacting young adults and making them feel less motivated, less happy, and it can also impact their school, hygiene, and self-care. This is the percentage of use with major depressive episodes. In 2011, it increased a lot because that's when social media use started.
Past depression in teens. Previous solutions in school were for students to talk to trusted teachers, especially counselors and
school psychologists. Obstacles in prior situations were how teens felt about the counselors. For example, if a student didn't like the teacher or counselor they could talk to, then they probably wouldn't. Currently, there aren't really any policies about mental health, which can be a good thing, but also can be a bad thing because sometimes students need support and don't know what to choose to do about their mental health. We need to collect data from students to find how many are having depressive symptoms and to get a general idea of how many people will need help. We did an expert interview with Mr. Biagini, and we were looking for a counselor who truly cared about mental health and was passionate about their job. 3 key takeaways from the interview were: one of the most effective way to help teens with depression is to make sure they're eating at least 1 healthy meal a day, getting 8 to 10 hours of sleep, and exercising 30 minutes daily. A lot of teens don't know these things can help their mental health, so they don't do them. And people with depression can't get motivated because they feel like they'll never get better. So even if they know about these things, they can't get themselves to do it. Our steps to collecting data were: we made a Google form asking teens about depression symptoms and causes, and then we analyzed the data and found important trends. Finally, we recorded the data and used it for evidence. This was our data results. Most students felt that they had anxiety. Most of them spent 6 to 8 hours on their phone. And a lot of them had lack of energy, and there's many other things.
If we educate teens more on what they can do to prevent depression in simple and accessible ways, and who they can talk to if they need help, mental health in teens will be improved.
Based on our research data and expert interview, educating teens about how healthy meals, sleep, and exercise can improve their mental health can help prevent depression. When we first learned this from Mr. Biagini, we had no idea that doing these seemingly simple steps could help improve your mental health at all. If we didn't know, then we have reason to believe that other teens don't know this either. Therefore, they of course are not taking these steps. If we educate parents and students about how they can improve teen mental health, then they possibly will, and possibly is a lot better than not. Our policy proposal is that every year in the future until we graduate and hopefully beyond, incorporate a presentation and step-up day for rising 7th graders about how to prevent depression with sleep, exercise, and healthy meals, why those things can help you with depression and what depression is. We'll also teach them about resources they can get if they need help and introduce them to a counselor. Also, we will email parents every year about what they can do to help their struggling kid. This policy is actionable because it will help people be more aware of what they can do to prevent and help depression. It will educate them about resources they can use if they need help and who they can talk to in a bad situation. In conclusion, our proposal is just to educate teens and parents about what they can do to prevent depression with simple steps.
Currently, our policy is to prevent the rising 7th graders and email the parents hopefully until we graduate. Future steps we can take will be to give that responsibility to teens in younger grades.
So that task can continue until after we graduate. We can also work together with people who have similar problems to ours to create a better policy that's more effective. Some frequently asked questions are, why does depression impact teens so much? And it impacts teens because they don't know what to do and how to ask for help, so the problem may get worse and worse. How can I help depression on my own? You can help take care of depression on your own by eating at least one healthy meal a day, getting 30 minutes of exercise, and finally getting a good night's sleep around 8 to 10 hours. Does eating at least one healthy meal a day, getting 8 to 10 hours of sleep, etc., always fix depression? The short answer is no. First of all, you can't fix depression because people with depression aren't broken. You can definitely improve it though, and these things scientifically can help with that. How does depression affect my physical health? It can affect your physical health in a variety of ways. It can affect your eating habits and your appetite, which can affect your weight. And you can tell if depression is getting worse or better if symptoms are getting worse, like sometimes if it's hard to get out of bed, or if you're having trouble getting motivated. And if you're getting better, then maybe you're being productive and having motivation to do things. These are our citations. Thank you for your attention. Maybe answer questions.
I genuinely, I said it up there. It's the 10th of a month. I don't That wasn't last
I noticed a typo. I noticed a typo in ours that you weren't saying like a change.
There's a bug bite on my foot during esophagus, and I decided to scratch it so much the bug bite came. So far, I have to fight. I mean, like, there was an entire there was a I come to
Just careful, there's a speaker here. You sit right up there.
Yeah, but remember, we're all here.
All right.
Okay.
So
What do I
yeah,
do to like?
yeah. So those are right. So those are in order for you. You'll hit the arrow button. You'll hit the arrow button right here to move forward.
Yep. The other arrows don't matter.
Yeah, if you need to go back for some reason, it's that one there.
Okay.
Good. Do you have any questions? Anything?
No.
Alright, so just speak nice and slowly. And Mr. Maffa, what time is it? Okay. Alrighty. Alright. Alright, everyone, voices off, please. Whenever you're ready, Gavin, you can get going.
Okay. My name is Gavin Earl, and my topic is sexism towards men. This is a problem. The main problem is that it's not being brought up nearly as much as it should be, and not as many people that you'd expect realize the problem. I discovered this was a problem at first probably around a year ago when I was walking around in Greenfield, and I saw someone who I didn't personally know, but they seemed familiar, like I'd seen them around, and they were getting, this person was getting ice cream with their daughter, and some lady started questioning him and asking the daughter all sorts of questions, like, do you know this man, is this your dad, and all sorts of things. I felt like he was probably not happy about this based off his facial expressions, and I looked into it more and found out that it was a pretty big problem, that specifically. This is a problem because men are being falsely accused, stereotyped, and treated unfairly in a lot of circumstances, such as my example. The problem affects me as a man, and I've seen it happen to my friends, some of my family members, and me personally. The men's rights movement could have been a solution, however, it has a pretty bad reputation for some other things, and it got kind of quickly forgotten about by most people and in most circumstances that involve the kind of topic. There are no policies that particularly help. Wait, did I just switch? No, I don't. There are no policies that directly affect men. However, there are equal rights policies that I'm sure all of you know about. However, in a lot of circumstances, like my example from like how I discovered this problem, they can kind of be ignored sometimes when men are being subject to needing these policies. Studies have shown that men have higher suicide rates. This is according to 2023 data from the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. For my scientific investigation, my comparative question was, do people think men or women face more sexism? To collect this data, I ran a survey asking questions that could give me a further understanding on people's answers and how they feel about the topic and overall for sexism in general for some of the questions. I found that it was pretty split between. Forgot to type that out. I found that of 28 responses, 12 felt that women are discriminated against more, and 5 think that men are discriminated against more, 6 being a combination of a combination of both. And there is a chart. My claim was that the majority of people think that one gender faces more sexism when it's closer to, not completely, but it's closer to equal than farther away. The evidence is from the study. I said before there was 28 responses. 12 felt that women face more sexism, 5 felt that men, and 6 think that they're about the same, and 12 plus 5 is obviously way more than 6. My reasoning is that the data shows there is a combination of both. I'm not trying to say that women do not face sexism. I'm very aware that that is a thing. That's a very big problem as well, and that I'm just bringing awareness to the other side of the other side of the other side of it. I could find an expert, but I did not get any responses. I contacted a few authors of books. I contacted people who run and work for organizations for equal rights and all sorts of things like that. The questions I would have wanted to ask would have been questions similar to on my survey, like if they experienced sexism, how they think specific genders could experience it and where they could see that happening, and also some ways that we could prevent it. My policy would state that all gender equality laws must be followed for all genders. It may seem like common sense, but as I kind of said before, it can often be ignored sometimes when men are subject to sexism. Future steps. The laws are already kind of the laws are already in place. However, they're not always being followed, and that would be helped start to happen with the policy. Proposal summary. With the help of this law, we could partially or fully stop the amount of false accusations of sexual and violent crimes towards specifically higher towards men. This could also stop stereotypes such as boys don't cry, men are like man up, be tough, boys don't cry, stuff like that, and men aren't supposed to have as strong emotions. A large number of the higher suicide rates have been shown to be because men tend to seek less help for their mental health, and this can kind of be partially because of the things I said a second ago, like boys don't cry, man up, men aren't supposed to show as much emotion. They're told this at a very young age, which is those things aren't exactly accurate. Men should show their emotions and they should seek for mental help, and mental health is a problem that should be fixed, and they should have, not fixed, like they should get help for it, and they should not be told those false things. Frequently asked questions. What are some examples of men facing sexism? I kind of said before, they would be stuff like those, like stereotypes, like men aren't supposed to cry, boys don't cry, men are supposed to be always tough and not show as much emotion. Also the story I was talking about earlier. Another question was, what is considered sexism? That's kind of like a hard word to define, but I feel like I've asked a few people, and the most close answer I could get is that it's anything that insults a person because of their gender. A surprisingly common one was, am I sexist? The answer is, I hope not. I'm not sure. I didn't know who answered what questions. And people also ask, do I hate women? No, I'm just bringing awareness to the other side. I'm very aware that women face sexism. They fought very hard for their rights. I'm not trying to take away from that. I'm just bringing awareness to the other side of the statement. And that is it. Thank you for your attention. Does anyone have any questions?
Let's bring you up. Oh, yeah, sorry. Alrighty.
That's our. Oh, that's not. We shared it with you some other time.
Do you remember which one of you shared it?
I think it was me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the owner.
So, if you end up needing to read off the slides, that's totally fine. You won't lose points for that.
Yeah, I don't have.
Yeah, that's totally fine. It's okay. Even if you do, we have 15 minutes until the end of class.
One of our slides has like a lot of stuff.
Totally fine. You're fine. You will be fine. I
I think we
promise.
should read it all. Do you think we should read it all?
All right. So, you'll read off this. You'll do your thing. Talk nice and slow. Okay.
Are we gonna read our names? Can I remove it?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right. All right, everyone, tempo voice stop, please, facing front.
Girl, but it's
Voice
not
stop, please. And whenever you two are ready, you can start.
Disadvantages in student athletes. The problem. What is the problem? The problem is that some students are having trouble balancing their work in school and their work as an athlete. How did you reach this problem? We reached this problem by learning that some students are failing, which makes them ineligible for sports. Why is this a problem? This is a problem because students in sports don't get enough time to complete their work. Why is this problem relevant to me? This is relevant because one presenter represents the student side and another represents the student athlete side. Background information. A present solution that has been around for a while is taking students out of sports if they are failing. It is designed to give students more time to work. This policy is helpful for some, but makes others less motivated. These are two of our survey questions. For this first one, 47.6% feels like they can turn in most of their assignments on time, and the same amount thinks that they use their time wisely. The first chart shows that a little less than half of student athletes say that they could turn in more work if they didn't play sports. The other chart shows that 75% say that they would benefit from a designated study hall. Scientific investigation. Comparative question. Do student athletes have a disadvantage in school? Steps of collecting data. We created a question, created a survey, interviewed experts, sent out the survey, and then sifted through the data. The answer to the comparative question. Student athletes have an overall disadvantage in school. According to our survey, most students at Mohawk play sports year-round, although most student athletes say they get their work in on time, or most of the time. 75% say they would benefit from a study hall. Scientific findings. Student athletes have a disadvantage in school. Late games and practices can cause lack of sleep and lack of time to complete their work. The survey backs up this claim because most students use their time wisely, but not all feel as though they can complete their assignments on time. This evidence contributes to our claim because it is directly from our student body. Our expert interview with Dean Colleen. Our three key takeaways from this was that the dean thinks that there should be more rules, and the more rules, the more she has to follow through. She thinks that yes, people in sports usually have a lot of stress put on them. The dean thinks that there is no pattern in athletes completing work, and she thinks that the student athletes are fully capable to turn in work on time, even as an athlete. The dean hears students saying that they do not have enough time as an excuse. You can't get out of doing your work just because you're an athlete. Is student policy about athletes not doing sports if they're failing a class a good thing? Yes. Student policy is a good thing. If you have an F, you can practice, but you can't go to games. In general, the dean thinks that the way the school handles it is good. The dean likes that there is a plan B, but also students should be able to make up work and have as much time as they need for school.
Expert interview with Mr. Biagini. Some characteristics include someone who meets with students, and both of our experts are coaches as well. Mr. Biagini is an adjustment counselor. Some takeaways are that students now have missed many developmental milestones due to COVID-19. Mr. Biagini also believes that athletes have a disadvantage because they do not have as much free time to complete their work. This leads to lack of sleep and much needed downtime.
Our policy proposal. We propose having a study hall after school to help students and student athletes focus and catch up on schoolwork. How is the proposal actionable? Propose the idea to the principal with the dean in a professional manner to help persuade. Who is the appropriate audience for this proposal? The principal, the dean, Mr. Biagini, students, and student athletes. What are the steps to this proposed solution? The idea has already been proposed to school officials, so we must continue to talk to the dean regarding the next steps. We also already have a paid professional staying after school. We could have them chaperone the study hall.
Future steps. Our proposal has been brought up to the dean and the principal. To continue our work, we plan to present to more people to get this policy further as part of our after-school plan.
Proposal summary. Our proposal is an optional study hall that takes place after school twice a week. It is designed to give students a distraction-free environment to help them focus on missing or do schoolwork. The idea is mostly for student athletes as they have a disadvantage in school. However, students that don't do sports are welcome as well. We also propose to have a survey or something similar at the beginning of the week to determine how many students will be present in the study hall.
Frequently asked questions. How would a study hall be effective? A study hall will give student athletes extra time for homework/work. Do student athletes themselves think there is a disadvantage? Yes, the dean said that students frequently make excuses that they didn't have enough time to do their work due to sports.
How long will it take to put a study hall into place? Not too long. We already have someone to supervise attention that could do a study hall as well. Should there be exemptions when athletes have to travel for games? If a student is simply exempt from the assignment, they are not getting the same amount of work that others are, which is not fair. Could the study hall give you credit? Potentially. If we could create a study hall to count as a class time, then it would give students credit.
Here are some citations.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions?
I basically just I buy wires for $5.
Alright, my friends, we have about 5 minutes before the end of this class clock, so can't leave yet, but just hang out. Just be respectful of the space. Keep the volume down because that's still happening.
Hi guys. Is it on? Is it? Yay! It's so fun. Natalie. Natalie. So fancy. Alright, I think I'm ready. I can totally do this.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. They're on the road. They're on the road. They're on the road. That's so true.
Hey, that's try your range for well, that's your feet. That's two different things. Try your range for that's a shoe. Not crack my knuckles. It would probably be better if I just took the thing inside. I needed your help with that. Mainly just to tell me what just looks a little yeah, it's not the players good trade. It's all the players good trade. I'm both of those. I have strength in my head. I don't have a baby cow. You have a baby cow? You have two baby cows. Drink air! Wait, your skin turned red. I watched the one. Brianna, what time is it? I'll cut it out. Down and it's on the go. You didn't have time to. Oh yeah, watch it. Backpack. You gotta let go. Give me my backpack. And I will. Give me my backpack.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. It would be more early to get this since Evan already has one, than to get
My pitching.
Bye, guys.
Alright, bye everyone.
No,
Time for
I'm
period
staying
3.
here.
Hi, Tanner.
Oh yeah, that's good. I've also remembered.
This is the last week. Yep.
Done.
Valerie, your presentation was so good.
No, you're.
Don't sit there.
What do you guys always get the comfort chair?
I've been here.
You know.
Lauren, are you presenting the band or are you gonna sit? Really far.
I want to sit right in front.
I can't really do that. I can't. No.
Yeah, she told me to and I was just like, okay.
What?
I just used the
All right, Landon and Justin, if y'all want to come up and get set up. You don't need your Chromebook up here because you'll just have mine. Justin!
Yes,
All right.
Hey, is that thing on?
Yes.
Hey, can you two get off each other?
Thanks.
Justin,
Sorry. I just needed to.
take a seat.
Fine.
You're being live streamed.
Oh, I am?
Mm-hmm.
That was
So
worth it.
you'll use the arrows there
Uh-huh.
to change it.
Yeah.
speak slowly
Okay.
into the microphone.
That's not gonna happen.
Well, it doesn't need to be like into the microphone, and it will still pick it up, but just towards the microphone.
Make sure you lift your head. No, I don't want to look at him.
All right.
Just look at the camera. I'm gonna look at Levi.
That's okay.
That's fine, yeah.
All right. So, just a reminder for my folks that just came in, all devices, everything should be put away, please. I need your full attention forward. Any
Am I reading this?
talking or like side conversations of the sort will affect your presentation grade, so let's be good and respectful audience members, please. All right. So, whenever you two are ready, take it away.
Hello, my fellow Americans. I'm Justin,
And I'm Landon.
and our project is refurbishing Hollamont.
So, the problem, the school's gotten really run down outside in the past few years, and it's just not looking how it used to. We kind of came to this problem because, we still go to Hollamont sometimes, and we can see that it's just not as good as it could be, and we know there's a lot of untapped potential outside. This problem's important to us because we both went to Hollamont, and when we went to Hollamont, the grounds were a lot nicer and a lot more taken care of. And you can see the picture of me and Justin when we were in 3rd grade. We have proof.
Okay. Background information. People have planted garden beds and have attempted to clean up the campus, all of which don't stick around for long term. The biggest impact currently is the hay program at the school, which incorporates agriculture, learning into the kids' education like music and PE. In this class, students used to be heavily involved in the gardens, barns, and whole campus. Recently, the school needed a new principal, and Ms. Tolik stepped up. This, however, left the school in the position. I can't read. The school in the position of not having a hay teacher, and led to the outside spaces to lose their former cared for. Look, I can't read.
Alright, for our scientific investigation, we were wondering, what the Hollamont community really wants and what we can do to help make that happen in the Hollamont community. So, for collecting data, we sent out a survey to, I think, the 5th and 6th graders and the teachers to find out what they wanted in their space, because they'd be the ones having to be there every day. And then me and Justin actually went to the school about a week ago, maybe 2, and we worked in some of the hay classes with the kids on the answers that we got in the survey. And while we were there, we also met with Miss Tolik, who is our expert, and the current hay teacher to discuss the results and make a plan for moving forward into the summer and next year. And the answer to the comparative question, there was a lot of answers that said garden beds and little kid spaces were really wanted and something that we thought we could accomplish in the community.
Claim. Hollamont wants new and updated outdoor facilities. We collected responses from a survey asking what everyone wanted in the Hollamont community. We got an outpouring of requests from the staff for new garden beds in preschool designated areas. This shows how the community is really hoping for an updated outdoor space and that the community is eager for these changes to be made.
For our expert interview, we were looking for someone who both could get stuff done, but also knew what they were talking about with the agriculture and the outside spaces. And our expert
fit both of those categories because she's Amber Tulloch. She is now the principal, and for quite a few years before she was the principal, she was the Hay teacher, so she knew exactly what she was doing. A few of our takeaways, we really noticed that Hallmont was really open to our help, and they were excited to have us back. There was a strong team of teachers and other staff who were supportive of us there, and the project is really manageable, and it's a good change that we can make in our community. We used the takeaways to communicate with the staff on what makes their Hallmont experience better, and we made sure that we took the school's enthusiasm to come up with a policy that better supports the school's needs, which is also easy to enforce with support from the school. And there's a little picture of Amber Tulloch herself.
Can you read this one?
Yeah, I can get this one. For our policy proposal, bring it a little closer. We propose that every incoming parent must volunteer at least 2 hours to help clean the grounds and maintain the school's beauty when they're coming in. So that can be like usually probably preschool parents because that's when the school starts. We think this is pretty actionable because there's a lot of time, there's a lot of information that goes out to the parents before their school year starts, and we think it's like a good idea to send it out in their information packets just so they can give a small amount of time to help make the place that their child is going to learn every day, you know, have its full potential used. We also proposed this to the administration, so that was Ms. Tulloch mainly, the Hay program, and this will go out to the parents coming into the community. Our next steps, we're really trying to like spread the word, get that ready for the fall, and make sure it's just like we have a set up idea of what we need the parents to work on, so it'll be cohesive and we'll be ready to go in the fall.
Future steps. Currently, we have visited the school and got them a good start to continue restoring the outdoor spaces. We have also met with the right people to make sure our good work is continued. We could go back to work with the program occasionally, as well as keeping in contact with our expert and making sure things are running smoothly. We will work with the school through their summer community garden endeavors, making the school look nicer, and then we will in late August meet with Ms. Tulloch again about what day we want to have the parents come in to help, which then be put in their incoming parents info. We will then try to keep this going for every year's new parents.
For our frequently asked questions, we came up with a few. How are you going to get the students involved? We worked in the Hay classes to work with the kids to make their outside look better, and we engaged them in their learning. Where will we focus our work? You probably heard in the gardens, the greenhouse, and all to improve the general outside space. Who you'll be working with and in contact with. We're working with the staff and the Hay teacher to make sure the campus is returning to its former glory. Where do you hope this goes in, say, a year? We hope that our work will lead the school to a new place with a much better looking campus like it once was when me and Justin attended. And I think our favorite part was really going back and seeing all of our old teachers and hearing what we can do to help them make their campus better after they helped us learn and grow to be who we are.
Dwayne. Proposal summary. Overall, we really just got a great feeling of support, and our main takeaway was that it is a really good idea to work with and for a place where you already have a strong connection with the space and people. We are very grateful for our time on this project and making a policy to help Hallmont. It's me.
Thank you for your attention. Are there any questions?
Thank you. My armadillo's not there.
All right, Elena, you can come on up. So, just speak into the mic, nice and slow. You can read off your slides if you end up needing to, and you'll just use the arrows to move it. All right, everyone, can I have voices off, please? And guys, no food in here. No food in here. All right. And Elena, whenever you are ready, you can go ahead.
Students vaping at school. Students vaping on school property. This topic has been a common one in conversation as it was brought to my interest by my peers discussing closed bathrooms. But why is this a problem? Well, first of all, tobacco... What am I reading? Okay. First of all, tobacco products on school property are prohibited by MTRS. Additionally, constant vaping in spaces such as bathrooms have caused them to be shut down. And most importantly, vaping comes with health risks many may not be aware of. E-cigarettes. What are they? E-cigarettes, or vapes, were originally invented in 2003 as an alternative to smoking. But it was realized big profits could be made off of vapes, so efforts to hook young people on nicotine products led industries to producing products appealing to kids. In Massachusetts, 1/3 of high school students were reported to be currently vaping, while half were reported to have tried it at least once. Policies such as bans in public spaces and legal restrictions have been effective in punishing those caught vaping illegally, yet it is still seen at school. Solutions to this problem have been previously attempted, but what were those solutions and why haven't they worked? There are laws in Massachusetts banning retail of flavored tobacco products and retail in general of tobacco products to those under the age of 21. But that doesn't stop people from getting their products from states without similar laws. Additionally, school systems, including MTRS, ban the use of tobacco products on school property and have placed restrictions on the function of bathrooms to help prevent such activities. But vapes can be relatively easy to gain access to and are easy to hide, and students are unlikely to report their peers, so many students get away with vaping at school anyways. What is the best course of action? So, what is the best course of action to prevent students from vaping at school? Should there be changes in the school system, or should there be more laws restricting tobacco products? To answer these questions, I sent out a survey to MTRS 7th through 11th grade students. Taking a look at the data from 3 survey questions, we can see that 1. Almost 50% of students know where they could acquire tobacco products. 2. Only about 30 students would report it if they saw another person vaping at school. And 3. About 35% of students believe stricter law enforcement around tobacco products would be the most helpful solution to the cause, while about 25% of students believe school policy and bathroom changes and restrictions is the best course of action. So really, what is the best course of action? The best course of action to take to prevent students from using tobacco products on school property is to implement more legal restrictions on tobacco rather than implementing more school policy changes. Looking at the data from the survey, we can see that the majority of students that proposed action on this issue suggested stricter vaping laws. This suggests that legal, rather than school changes, would be more accepted by the student body these changes would affect. Additionally, according to the survey, only about 30% of students would report their peers vaping. This implies that even if school policies on tobacco became more strict and punishing, very little student activity may change because students wouldn't be reported, therefore they would not be caught. Lastly, almost half the student survey takers reported knowing where they could acquire tobacco products such as vapes, these places being friends, family, and stores such as gas stations. It is clear that e-cigarettes are not a difficult product to gain access to. E-cigarettes are not a difficult product to gain access to. In fact, with a fake ID or connection to others who vape, it could be quite easy for a student to acquire one. Laws restricting retail of tobacco products in easily accessible public places could help reduce minors' access to vapes. To further research this topic, I interviewed Nancy Potvin, a former emergency room nurse for 8 years and a current doctor-nurse practitioner in pulmonology for 4 years. Her job is to help people quit smoking and treat lung disease. I was looking for someone with an experienced medical career who had extended knowledge on the damages of smoking and vaping, so Nancy was the perfect expert. I learned a great deal about smoking and vaping while interviewing Nancy Potvin, so here are 3 main takeaways. 1. Vaping is often a learned habit, as e-cigarette use in a household affects the whole family. Exposure to the smoke from a vape can cause cravings for said product, even if that person had never used that product. 2. Vaping puts your health at risk and can cause things such as irreversible lung damage. And finally, there is little awareness on the side effects of vapes. Scientifically, they only were invented about 20 years ago, so there has not been much time for research on the side effects of vaping. And Nancy Potvin had mentioned that patients were often quite shocked when she told them about the side effects. What needs to be done? I propose a legal ban on tobacco retail in easily accessible places such as gas stations. The goal is that by limiting access to tobacco products, students will have a harder time getting a hold of it and bringing it to school. Laws placing tobacco product restrictions have increased in the last few years, and I believe that limiting retail is a good addition to this progress. Taking legal action would help reduce the issue at its root and keep kids from making choices that could result in detrimental damage to their health. Working towards the goal. So, I have a goal, but how could I reach it? Well, currently this policy proposal is just an idea, but with ideas come possibilities for action. The next steps to implementing further tobacco retail restrictions would be to contact a Congress member or state representative about the cause. So, theoretically, I would present the cause and my law proposal to a congressman, congresswoman, or representative, and if that goes well, my message may convince or inspire that congressman, congresswoman, or representative to write a bill and submit it to the House. From there, my hopes would be for that bill to be recognized and signed in as a law. But overall, the first step I could take would be to reach out to someone who can take my proposal to the next stage. Frequently asked questions. What are the negative health side effects of vaping and smoking? Well, as learned from an interview with Nancy Potvin, vaping can cause lung failure and lung damage, as well as a nicotine overdose. And smoking can cause all of the above, as well as heart attacks. Moving on, is vaping safer than smoking cigarettes? As learned from an interview with Nancy Potvin, the answer is yes, but there's very little research on vapes and their side effects. And vapes were first invented as a safer alternative to smoking, but to increase profit, they've become more and more packed with nicotine, up to the point where 15 millimeters of the vape substance is equivalent to 1 pack of cigarettes. Continuing. What policies around tobacco are in the MTRS student handbook? Well, the handbook states that 1. Tobacco products are prohibited on school property. And the consequences of possession and usage include removal of the object, offered counseling on health risks, notification of parents and sports and activity directors, a $50 fine, and a parent conference. Continuing still. Is students vaping an issue at schools outside of Mohawk? Yes, vaping at school is not an isolated incident to Mohawk. We can see that, as many schools have joined the Vape Free School initiative, which promotes and provides education on vaping and ways to break the addiction. Additionally, the CDC reports that vapes have been the most popular tobacco product for middle school and high school students since 2014. Lastly, what are the legal parameters around vaping? A few laws that I have come across are that you must be over the age of 21 and have an ID to purchase and use a vape. Flavored tobacco products in Massachusetts are legal to be sold. $1,000 to multi-$1,000 fines, as well as up to 15 years in jail, are punishments for illegal use. And vapes are taxed to a similar price of cigarettes. In summary, students vaping on school property has become increasingly common and is a disruption to school function and a significant danger to the health of those who partake. While there have been laws and preventative policies, the issue of students vaping prevails. So the solution to this problem is to place further legal preventative measures on where the retail of tobacco products can take place. The next steps to this plan would be to introduce it to a congressman, congresswoman, or state representative in hopes that they will present a bill in regards of this case to the House. Thank you all for your time and attention. May I answer any questions?
All right. Miss Tanner and James, come on up.
I'm giving that a 0 on IMDb.
Alright. So you'll just speak into the mic, use the arrows to move it. You can read off the sides too if you need to.
Yeah,
just
I probably will.
nice and slow, steady.
Yeah.
And whenever you are ready.
All right, everyone, let's have our voices up, please.
I'm Tanner,
I'm James.
and this is our 8th grade civics action project on repairing the track.
The problem we are trying to fix is the track so it is more useful and so we can use it to host D2s.
This is a problem because we have a small school, and when we host D2s, this gives us recognition from other schools and families. We reached this problem by looking at the deteriorating condition of our track while practicing on it and realizing that the track's condition will soon be worse than others, taking our ability to host D2s. This project is relevant to us because we are both on the track team and would like to continue hosting this big track event. Background information. What are previous and past solutions to this problem? Previous solutions include trying to make our own filling with little resources. The problem with this was that it was of different material and color, taking away from how the track looks. What policies currently impact this problem? A helpful policy is that we resurface the track every 20 years. However, an obstacle is that prevented this policy was funding. What scientific information is helpful to know to understand this problem? Scientific information that is helpful to know is how big the area of the repair is and how much it's going to cost. Scientific investigation, or comparative question. Is it better to redo the track or just parts of it? The answer to the comparative question. Because of the area of the track that needs to be fixed is 15 meters, which is equal to 3% of the track, it would not make sense to repair the whole track. And our data table is below. Claim. We need to only repair small parts of our track and not the whole thing so we can save money and be more efficient. Evidence that supports this is seen in slide 4 when we do our scientific investigation and find out that only 3% of the track needs repairs immediately, while the rest is in okay condition.
The cost to resurface the track is shown on the website. Originally, we were looking for realistic thoughts, qualities, but after talking to Greg Lilly, he supplied us with a book to give us this information. The expertise of this expert is how much it will cost to resurface the track and the time it will take to resurface it, and how much it's going to, and how to keep the track in good condition. 3 key takeaways from this interview are that last time when we resurfaced the track, it costed $81,000. It also costed $10,000 to the workers, totaling to $91,000. I also learned from this that to keep the track in good condition, it needs services applied every 60 days. The last takeaway was that resurfacing the track can take up to 2 weeks and as little as 4 days. Policy proposal. The policy we proposed was to repair the track every few years without resurfacing it and keeping it in good condition until resurfacing is needed. This policy is actionable because we start off small and then later can tackle bigger problems down the road. Steps include finding out what we need to do quality repairs, and if we can teach other kids how to repair the track, that would be great. The appropriate audience is people who are interested / use the track. Future steps. Currently, our solution is ready to be put in action after final revising and the okay from our AD. The next steps to continue this work are to get the supplies to fix the track. After we do that, the best thing to do would be to teach other people who are interested in how to fix the track, so that we can keep using it as one of our facilities. Frequently asked questions. How are you going to fix the track? We're going to buy filling and put it in the holes that are in the 100 start. How are you going to afford it? At this time, the area of the track that needs fixing is small enough, so to fix it, it will not cost that much at all. Why does the track need fixing? The track needs fixing because of the condition it keeps deteriorating. We will no longer be able to host C2s, which is a big event. More questions? Is fixing the track a realistic goal? Yes, based on how the track looks now, it would only take up to a week at most to fix the track. What difficulties come with trying to fix the track? Right now, the difficulties we are facing are figuring out from an expert the best ways to do the repairs. Why should we fix the track? We should fix the track because the track is a nice facility and some classes use, and our track team uses it, and without it, we would not have a track team. Proposal summary. In summary, our policy proposal is realistic because the area of the track that needs to be fixed is small enough where we could do it by ourselves. Our policy is actionable because the problem is small enough to start now, but when it gets more recognition, we will be able to redo the whole track. This policy proposal should be presented to the people who are interested / use the track. Steps to get to this goal is to find out how to do quality repairs so they last longer. Thank you for your time. Does anyone have any questions?
Here, you can come take a seat. You ready? Yeah. Cool. All right, so what you're gonna do in just a minute, so you're gonna click through using the arrow. If you need to go back for any reason, you use that one there.
Okay.
Just talk right into the microphone. Talk a little slower than you think you need.
Yeah.
Because when you're actually presenting, get a little nervous and we talk fast.
Yeah.
You feeling okay?
Yeah. I'm feeling all right.
Good.
I'm ready.
All right. And so so just read off your slides, read what you have.
All right. Sound like a plan.
All right. Mr. Moffat, what's our time? All right. We're just going to wait one more minute just in case. We want to make sure we keep on our schedule.
Okay.
Let me just actually real quick make sure. Make sure my volume is on.
Wait, do I tap onto the microphone?
Nope, you can just start talking. It's already on.
Okay.
Alright. Alrighty, everybody, if I could please have all of your voices up. What? All your voices up, facing front, ready to go. And yeah, Sebastian, whenever you are ready, you can take it away.
Hi, my name is Sebastian. I am doing a project of roles for first a possible general store. The problem. What is the problem? There is no store in Row, Mass. How did you reach this problem? I have lived in Row for 3 years and there is no store in Row. Why is this a problem? Residents of Row have traveled a far distance to purchase items at stores. Why is this problem related to me? It's inconvenience to me and my family because we have to use more gas to travel further or to stores. Sometimes we have to go without items because the stores are too far. Background information. What are the previous and past solutions to this problem? In the past, there was a general store in Heath, Mass, and Row residents would go there. So it would be Peter's General Store, the only store in Heath. What the policies currently impact this problem? Helpful or not helpful? Land by the center of town is zoned or approved for farming and living. What obstacles were in the way at the time of the prior solution? The zones and approved for businesses in Row are near the town lines of Monroe and Florida, Mass. So here's the zoning map of Row. So the orange is where the businesses can go. The green is already like have farming or housing. And here's where the center of Row is, the center of town. Comparative question. Do residents of Row have more or less interest in a convenience store or pharmacy? Steps of collecting data. Survey for the residents of Row, Mass. The answer to a comparative question. People want a convenience or a pharmacy. So 50% for convenience, 12.5% for pharmacy, 37.5% for other. People wanted a store in the center of town, 69.4% center of town, 30.6% near the lake. What the claim can you make from your scientific investigation? The town of Row needs a convenience store. What evidence do you find that proves your claim? A survey was sent out to gather information from students at Mohawk Trail School, grades 7 through 12. Some of the students are from Row. Why does this evidence support your claim? The survey results show people want a small general store in the center of town. What are the 3 takeaways? I emailed the town hall in Row, Mass. I asked them about the history of a store in Row. Why hasn't a store been open? What are the laws in Row about opening a store? I haven't received a response from the town hall. Policy proposal. What policy do I propose? The policy I am proposing is the town of Road to open a general store. How is this proposal actionable? Go to a town hall meeting and ask for a special permit for opening a general store in the center of town. So here's what I'm thinking the store should look like. So future steps: apply for a special permit, find a piece of land with a building that's rent or buy. Frequently asked questions: what kind of donations? Answer: food pantry. Why do I want the town store? Will the store in Row affect the stores in Charlotte? Where is the funding coming from? Will it be a new building, or will it go in a building that is already built? How long will it take for the store to be open? Proposal summary. Most of residents of Road and that come to Mohawk are interested in having a convenience store in Row. Most people wanted to be able to buy groceries. I don't know if there are any laws about opening a store. I reached out to the town hall on email. Unfortunately, I didn't hear back from them. In the survey, I asked them where did they want the store to be. They said the center of town. I hope Row finally opens a store one day. Thank you for your attention. May I ask any question?
Alright, my friends, so we have about 10 minutes before it is your lunchtime. So I ask that you please be respectful of the space and of your volume. But yeah, no eating in here. You can just go ahead, chill out.
Dakota's gonna lose his hiatus because of a notification from her grandma saying hello. Yeah, exactly. That's what works.
I forgot it. Can't log in.
You got enough cake. Not done.
What?
Got a wrapper. Huh? I'm back to No, like the wrapper. Why would you eat the wrapper? Did you just call her plastic?
I like it. Please grab my Kumo and give it to me. I want to put it back on the back. Take your plate. Take your plate. What you still like? I'm taller than you. specifically remembers the Go back. Guess who doesn't play softball? Guess who lost the frontier last? Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. You want to know the question? Yeah, I know. You have to my I thought you were an actual teacher for a second. No, I can't.
I proved that so.
I proved that whole song wrong. That's actually really fun. Amputating a limb. And doing it with a higher. You take all your muscles out.
I think we're okay.
I think it's a problem that I have 5 to 12 months of whatever that is. No, in my
I will. All right, Brody and Levi, if you guys want to come on up. So we'll just talk into the mic. Use the arrows to move it, and feel free to just read off the slides.
Okay.
Everyone, real quick before we get started, so I just want to remind us all that we are being respectful audience members. If you need a reminder of how to be a respectful audience member, you will be losing points in your presentation. Also a reminder to please be polite and respectful to the library itself. So we can take our feet off furniture, make sure we're sitting up, no food. You can have drinks in here like water, but no food, no snacks. Y'all left a little bit of a mess in here yesterday, we don't want to repeat that. Alright. So whenever you two are ready, you can go ahead.
My name is Levi Clark.
And I'm Brody Hicks.
And our civics action project is on why it should be legal to hunt on Sundays in Mass.
What is the problem? Hunting on Sunday is illegal in Mass. And then how did you reach this problem? Me and Levi live in Mass and we like to hunt, and we feel like we should have 2 days to hunt since we have school. Then why is this a problem? Kids and parents have weekends off. So I think they should have one more day to keep the hunting population down. So so if they just hunt on Saturday, the population will get up, and we should have one more day to hunt. Then why is the problem relevant to me? I have weekends off from school, so I think I should be able to hunt on Sunday too, because I would do all my schoolwork on the week, and I feel like I should have another day to hunt to tag out in Mass.
Previous solutions was in 2013 there was a bill that didn't get passed, but it was to lift the ban of hunting on Sundays. And policies that impact the problem, it's a law that you can't hunt on Sundays in Massachusetts. Obstacles that were in the way, it didn't make it through the House and the Senate. And the scientific information, other states have more successful weekend hunts because you can hunt both days of the weekend.
Our comparative question: which state has more successful hunters on weekends? A state where you can hunt 2 days on a weekend, or Mass where you can only hunt on Saturday? Steps of collecting data: we put a poll out to 7th and 8th graders in our school to take the answers to our comparative question. Results show that in Mass, 15,853 deer were harvested last year. And in Vermont, 17,461 deer were harvested last year. And then you can see our data graph charts. And then out of 30 people who want it to be legal to hunt in Sundays in Mass, the results came out pretty good. There's about 70% of people that answered wanted it to be legal to hunt on Sundays.
So our claim is that a big portion of the Massachusetts hunters want it to be legal to hunt on Sundays, and it should be legal to hunt on Sundays. Evidence, over 70% of people in our poll want it to be legal to hunt on Sundays out of the 35 people that took it. And the reasoning is this shows that a huge majority of people want it to be legal to hunt on Sundays en masse and think that the ban should be lifted so that hunting seasons can be more successful and overpopulation of that species doesn't happen.
Our expert interview was, what characteristics were you looking for on this topic? Somebody that is willing to fight for the right to hunt on Sundays en masse. And what is the expertise of this expert? He is a cop that owns a hunting business called Pettingill Archery. Then 3 takeaways are, when you're as busy as he is, you should be able to hunt both days of the weekend. Lots of people move out of state so they can legally hunt both days of the weekend. If hunters can't even out the population of animals, overpopulation happens, which can get really bad.
We propose that we should be able to harvest an animal in its season on Sunday in Massachusetts. This is actionable because hunters should have the rights to hunt both days of the weekends when they work probably 5 days a week and only get 2 days to hunt. And an appropriate audience for this proposal is anyone that hunts and lives in Massachusetts and wishes they could hunt on Sundays. And the steps are to contact officials and try and get another bill out there so they will hopefully pass it this time.
Future steps. We are currently at the state after contracting our pro, and hopefully soon we will be ready to propose this idea to somebody that could help us get the ban lifted.
One frequently asked question is, why is it illegal? It used to be a religious day off, but now it's just a law. It's not for religion anymore, so we think we should be able to lift it, the ban. Another one is, how many people want to change this law? About 90% of the hunters want to change this law because they have work off on the weekend, so they want to be able to hunt on their days off. How many people have tried to lift this law? In 2013, a huge, whole lot of people tried to getting the bill passed so that people could be able to hunt on Sundays in Massachusetts. People came close because also in 2013 the bill was almost passed, but unfortunately it wasn't. And the closest people have came to lifting the law is also in 2013 when the bill was almost passed but wasn't.
More questions. How do people feel about this law? People like it because kids have school off, so they get more time to hunt, and a lot of people have the weekends off, so they want to tag out so it doesn't become overpopulation. And does this law affect any animal population? It has no effect to any animal population. And why is it not illegal in other states? In the 1800s, Sunday was called the rest day in some states, but some states never celebrated that, and the law got changed. Do hunters ever illegally hunt on Sundays? Most to all hunters are very respectful, so they don't hunt illegally. What is the main purpose of this law? Since the 1800s, people have celebrated rest day, so people want to keep that tradition going.
Brody and I have hunted for years and haven't been allowed to hunt on Sundays en masse, so we've often gone to other states to hunt. But we've always wondered why, so we decided to do our civics action project on it and found out it used to be for religion and they haven't changed the law since then. We also found out the ban was almost lifted in 2013, but the bill didn't make it as a law, so it's still legal to hunt on Sundays in Massachusetts.
Any questions?
Dakota, if you want to come on up.
Right, so you'll use the arrows to move it. Just talk into the mic. You can sit in the seat too if it's easier.
All right, everyone, voices up, please. And Dakota, whenever you're ready.
My name is Dakota, and my civic satchering project's on trying to get the tennis courts fixed. The problem: the tennis courts at MTRS need to be fixed and updated. They could be dangerous, and you could trip on them. I am a member of the tennis team, and it's impacted us. It impacts us all the time. There are so many cracks on the courts. I have to play on these courts. Here's some pictures of the tennis courts. Background information. The tennis courts were installed in 1998, and the cracks were resealed and some repairs were done to the posts in 2015. Having enough time and money is important to make this a priority. Background information. Something in the way is to make sure there is money for this project. I need to know how much this will cost and how long it will take. How does the school get the money for this? Is something we need to figure out. Scientific investigation. Why do other sport fields get updated more often? Interviewing our AD Greg and Robin Pease about when the last time the fields were updated. They are cheaper to manage, and mowing the grass or painting the lines is something that can be done easy. Claim evidence and reasoning. The tennis courts at MTRS need to be updated. As a tennis player, the courts now make it very difficult to play. Just the other day, the ball kept hitting the cracks and it messed me up. It also makes the courts look ugly and unprofessional. Expert interview. I was looking for someone with experience with sports at Mohawk Trail. I interviewed Greg Lilly, who is the athletic director here at Mohawk Trail, and he's also a coach. Miss Kate, who's the tennis coach. I also checked in with Robin Pease, who is our facilities manager here at MTRS. Miss Kate uses the courts a lot more in her own life. She wants them to get fixed so they look better and they're not as dangerous. She also said we could never host states here, even if we make it, because of the conditions of the tennis courts. Policy proposal. In talking with AD Lilly, One plan would be to see if we can get the costs for the budget up. We are also looking into a plan for the towns to pay for it. It takes community involvement and the right people in place. The tennis players and the MTRS community. Meeting with the budget staff or the town representatives. Maybe I could go to a town meeting. Future steps. AD Lilly has a quote for how much it will cost to update the tennis courts here. Keeping in touch with AD Lilly about the next steps and how I could help if this project continues. Frequently asked questions. How much would the project cost? MTRS was quoted around $300,000. How long would it take? And when would this work be done? We would need to talk to a contractor, but it would make sense to do the work over the summer. How long until it would need to be updated again? The cracks were resealed 8 years ago since they were cracked last year. It would need to be done sooner. When were the other sport fields updated? Unsure at the moment, but I will check with Robin. What color would the tennis courts be? They are green and red now, but it would make sense to paint them blue and yellow. Proposal summary. As a member of the MTRS tennis team, I would really like to see the tennis courts get fixed because it would make it a lot nicer to play tennis on, and more people would come and play on them because they are fixed. May I answer any questions?
Wait, I should probably go around the other way, right?
Yeah.
Alright. So, did the cord reach over here?
You're okay. And yeah, so you'll use those, just talking to the microphone, nice and slow.
Okay.
Alright, so reminder for the audience, we should not be having side conversations. So whenever you are ready, go for it.
Okay. My name's Alexis, and I'm doing funding and or resources for parents with children that have autism. The problem is that parents are not getting funding and resources for their child that has autism. If you're a parent with a child that has autism and your child needs to be in diapers, parents are expected to pay for the diapers themselves. For some children, that could be their whole life. Another example would be if your child needs to be in a wheelchair for an extended period of time, the parent or parents would need to pay for the wheelchair. This problem is important because some parents that have a child with autism are struggling to afford the needs of their child. If these parents are not getting the funding or the resources provided to them, their child might not be able to thrive and survive. If your child needs to go to an autism school and the parents have to pay for their child's autism school out of their own pocket, some parents might not be able to afford that, and their child won't be able to get the proper requirements that are needed for them to thrive as an individual. Some insurance companies do cover the resources for your child, but the problem is that not all the insurance companies cover the cost of everything. This problem is relevant to me because I have a family member that has low functioning autism. My family member's dad has to pay for the resources that his son needs in order to succeed. My family member is 6 years old and needs to be in diapers. I feel that it is wrong and unfair that his dad has to pay for some of the programs and resources he needs to be in. For example, he goes to an autism school in Hatfield of the name Zephyr. Zephyr does not provide transportation to and from school. His dad has to hire a babysitter in order for his son to get to school on time because his dad has to be to work before it's time for him to go to school. The cost of the babysitter is not covered by insurance, meaning his dad has to pay for it himself. What are the past solutions of this problem? The IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, is an act that was passed by the federal government on November 19th of 1975. This act was then amended in 2004. IDEA is an act that a law makes available and free appropriate public education eligible to children with disabilities throughout the nation and ensures special education and related services to those children. One of the biggest barriers that parents have when trying to find help for their child is money. Some parents, when their child is newly diagnosed, their child's doctor might not suggest any programs for their parent to look into for their child. Some parents are not aware of the resources that are available to them because of the lack of autism awareness. The government can also be hard to work with because some of the autism procedures are hard to follow and can be very time-consuming. The rates of autism diagnosis have increased drastically in the past 20 years. I think this might be because of the two examples listed below. Have the number of diagnoses increased because we now have the proper tools and educated doctors to diagnose autism? Or are the processed foods that the mom is eating while she is pregnant with the child the reason that the child has autism? And then this is a graph of the autism rates that have increased in the last 20 years. There is still a lot to know and learn about this condition, and with that being said, there is still a lot more that you can do to help spread the awareness of autism. In the future, I plan on trying to talk to the state to get some funding for parents that have children with autism. Franklin County does not have an Autism Awareness Council, and I am looking forward to looking into starting an Autism Council for the Franklin County. The graph to the right shows that every year more and more children are being diagnosed with autism. The CDC states that in 2023, every 1 in 36 children are diagnosed with autism. I am comparing the rates of anxiety and autism. 40 million people are diagnosed with anxiety each year, which is equal to 19.1% of the world. In 2023, 1 in 36 children are diagnosed with autism each year. Since the COVID-19 outbreak in 2020, the anxiety diagnoses have increased by 25%. We used to be worried about autism when it was 1 in 150 children. Why are we not as worried about it now that it is 1 in 36 children? Parents with children that have autism do not get enough funding and resources for their child that has autism. According to the Autism Spectrum website, 3.9% of parents that have 1 or more children with autism do not have funding for their child. These rates have increased from 2007 to 2020. Parents deserve the right to have to pay for their child's medical needs due to having autism. Parents should be allowed access to funding if their child has autism. I am interviewing Ms. Bodette and Ms. Howard. Ms. Bodette is the Special Education Liaison. She runs the IEP meetings and writes the IEPs. Ms. Howard is the school psychologist, responsible for testing and diagnostics. They gave me a lot of information on some of the resources that they recommend to parents that are looking to find a diagnosis for their child or parents that are looking for resources. They also told me that the most insurance companies cover all or a percentage of the cost of resources, schooling and transportation that the child needs. The policy that I am proposing is that parents that have children with autism should get funding from the state or county that they live in. I feel as if this is an important policy to be proposing because the autism rates have increased by a lot in the past 20 years. My proposal is actionable because many parents that have children with autism cannot afford to provide resources for their child. The appropriate audience for my presentation is people who want to make autism a topic that is talked about more and make a difference for those that are in need. My next steps to make funding and resources more available is to make flyers and put them around Franklin County, letting people know about the rate of autism and provide them with the proper care. I plan on reaching out to more organizations in Franklin County and try to get an autism council started. What is autism? Autism is a developmental disability that is genetic. Autism appears before the age of 3. It is bio-neurological. Why do parents not have access to resources? Some parents might not know the resources that are provided. Some organizations do not offer resources. When newly diagnosed, there are limited resources and long waiting lists. Does autism affect life expectancy? Autism does not affect life expectancy, but mortality risks of people with autism is twice as high due to drowning and other accidents. Why have the autism rates increased in the last 20 years? The rates have increased because in the last 20 years we have higher educated doctors that can give a proper diagnosis. Parents with children that have been diagnosed with autism deserve to receive funding and resources for their child. The policy that I am proposing is that some parents cannot afford some of the resources that their child needs in order to thrive. The autism rates have increased in the last 20 years, meaning more families are in need of funding and resources. Thank you for your time. May I answer any questions?
Wait, what happens if you lose the Probably don't restart your system. I always I haven't lost a single game.
What is your
I've been 2 playoffs. I'll do the same thing. A season? Oh, that's weird. I'm lucky one.
Why would I read?
Dude, you can't tell if she's like, we're going or you're not Dude, I just almost died because I choked on my jaw.
No, I'll let
I was so nervous, I just swallowed my gum. I choked on it a little bit. Like, my eyes on that.
No, you're not. It'll be fine. Go sit up there. Take a little test. Even more embarrassing. Yeah, I'll go sit up there. Do you want to go sit up there? I'll go sit up there.
Yeah.
If we move past that.
It's not that bad. And all the cameras are filming you. You're just
No, you can't.
Don't cry. Just like
What my knee unlocked.
wait. Oh my god. Is it gonna show you wait on that TV? No, is it? I think it's on that TV. Is it gonna show you that? I know. I know Connor's password too. Where does it I want to know if it's
Does it show you on that?
No, is it like the TV hanging right there? Hey, okay. I was like, is it gonna I'll look.
Can I feel how it is up there? Because I have this.
Yeah, this is off. This isn't on. There's like fuzz everywhere. I don't know why there's so much fuzz up here. It's musty. Oh, God. It is. Sit right there. You can do it.
I just need to. I don't like it.
Why is this that moves so easy? I just moved the thing. Of course I have to.
Okay, time to panic.
No panic.
Yes, panic.
All right, so feel free to just read off your slides. You'll use the arrows to do it, talking to the mic.
No.
You'll be great.
All right, everyone. If we could please have devices put back away. Voices off. Feet up the furniture. All right, sitting down. Voices up. Devices away. All right, and Wyatt, whenever you are ready, take it away.
Hello, my name is Wyatt, and my project is about raising funds for school sports in Massachusetts. The problem to focus on. What is the problem? Some sports teams in Massachusetts don't have money to pay for new equipment, or either have to use bad quality equipment so they can hardly practice or compete. How did I reach this problem? When I noticed some schools can't compete against our teams because the equipment is so poor or have no training at all. How is the problem relevant to me? I may not be able to participate in the sports I want to because there may not be enough people to play at all. Background information. What are previous past solutions to the problem? By changing focus on funding just the classes and funding sports too. What policies currently impact this problem? Many people are not willing to fund school sports because not many students play them. What obstacles are in the way of What obstacles were in the way at the time of the prior solution? Not enough students play sports for people to care to fund it. What scientific information is helpful to know to understand this problem? The lower the income is affecting how people play and compete. Comparative question. Why are some sports more underfunded? Seeing the opinions of players on sports teams and seeing how bad it is by using surveys, I can see what athletes think of their sports and if they are underfunded. The answer to the comparative question. Most sports are underfunded with less players and seem to have less funding because lower number of players, and some sports cost more than the rest to repair and maintain, so therefore seem to stay unrepaired. Claim: school sports are underfunded. Evidence: students and athletes answered a series of questions and all agreed that the sports was underfunded, and because of that have been hurt of the poor training equipment and sometimes have to share things and can feel unprepared. Reasoning: it shows that sports are underfunded and it does affect how athletes perform. Expert interview. My expert was Mr. Greg Lilly. What characteristics was I looking for in an expert on this topic? Someone who has noticed funding only depends on number of people and how that is unreasonable and how the poor equipment does affect how people play. What expertise was I looking for? Local finance. What are the takeaways that I've gotten from my interview? Some schools actually are underfunded. Only some sports in schools is underfunded because it would cost a lot to fix. To fix something as big as a track or a field is known as a capital project and would need agreement among other towns and schools. Policy proposal / solution. If some schools are willing to have certain sports play at their school, they should have funding for that year and the next few years in advance in case new equipment is needed. How is this proposal accountable? By spreading news in schools, towns, and in your community so all student athletes has the best to compete. Who is the appropriate audience for this? Students and their families to help start a project and create new laws for it. Where is my policy proposal / solution currently? Have a funding project be done so we may fix problems we have now and work on other things later. Have laws passed to keep their safety equipment up to date and reasonable to play, and have funding for new equipment later if needed. Frequently asked questions. Where will we get the money? From charities and hopefully after a law is passed from the state. How is it different from other attempts to help? It is coming from students who have experienced how bad it is to play with such bad funding. What schools will this help? Any schools in need of money for sports. Why should I help? Because you'll be helping fellow classmates. Because you'll be helping fellow classmates. Do I have to? No, it's optional. Proposal summary. So in conclusion, I ask that you simply donate something to your school so your children or fellow classmates have a better time playing and competing for your school. Citations and research findings. May I answer any questions?
You're fine.
All right, so just a reminder to everyone in the audience that we are being silent audience members. So side conversations are completely off. Connor, can you find your own seat, please? Voices are completely off, or else it is affecting the score on your presentation. Feel free to ask questions at the end, but during, voices should be off, devices should be all away. Yeah. So whenever you two are ready, you can get started.
My name's Arlen.
My name's Brayden.
And our presentation is about providing needs for sick and unhealthy dogs in shelters. The problem is some dogs in shelters are unhappy and scared of loud or other dogs in general. We reached the problem. We originally thought about taking all the dogs outside, but then we thought about more scared and nervous dogs and looked at how they would feel in different perspectives. It's a problem because the dogs don't feel safe, and if they are scared or nervous, they might grow up to be a scared or nervous, frantic type dog instead of happy. It's relevant to me because my goal is to keep all dogs healthy and happy and have them feel like they are safe and not scared.
Background information. What are previous and past solutions to this problem? One solution to keeping all the dogs happy and healthy and giving and giving the scared and nervous ones personal attention is having nice people volunteer to sit with the scared ones instead of putting them with all the other louder dogs. Some shelters don't seem as friendly to dogs. When dogs are stressed, they act strangely, which causes the workers to be more strict towards the dogs, which causes more stress. To fix that problem, shelters could get volunteers to work with the more nervous dogs. Although the problem is actually getting volunteers, which is why we are promoting shelter volunteering. Some problems that are faced to the solution: finding and getting volunteers for shelters to help out different dogs. So to fix that problem, shelters could get volunteers to work with the more nervous dogs. Although the problem is actually getting volunteers, which is why we're promoting this shelter.
So we made a survey and asked people if they would actually consider working with dogs, and 77.8% people said that they would. And more students would not mind helping dogs.
Scientific findings. Claim. People think working at pounds and working with dogs and helping them can be very fun and a good job. Evidence. We created a pie chart to show the fraction of people that would work with dogs. The blue on the chart shows the amount that thinks it would be fun. Reasoning. The evidence shows people's opinions and what they think about working at shelters and pounds.
What characteristics were you looking for in an expert on this topic? We were looking for a good expert that can tell us good information about dogs and how shelters work. We also looked for a nice person in general who is willing to answer our questions. What is the expertise of this expert? She gives good and long, reasonable answers that actually give us the information we need. 3 takeaways are: it's very expensive to take care of all the dogs and to meet their general expectations. Each dog costs around $400, $500 to take care of, and the shelter has to neuter or spay all dogs, and it's very expensive, and price can be up to $700 for each dog.
Policy proposal. We hope that at the end there will be enough volunteers and shelters that can help all dogs. Hopefully there will also be more adoptions. It can be done by promoting jobs at shelters and adoptions. Who is the appropriate audience for this proposal? Really just anyone who enjoys working with dogs. What are the steps to start this proposed solution? Creating a way to get more people to work at shelters and pounds and help dogs in general.
Future steps. Where is your policy proposal / solution currently? We're in the process of creating posters that explain how it helps to have volunteers and how to actually do it. Thoughtfully discuss realistic next steps to continue this work. We're going to put a bunch of posters around to help the word get around and promote it. After that, hopefully there will be more volunteers.
Frequently asked questions. How do I prepare to work at a shelter? To be prepared, make sure you know how to properly take care of dogs and how to have patience with them. Make sure to be nice to them and have love and care for them. What do I do if a dog is acting vicious towards me or other dogs? It is best to learn It's best to learn that dog's body language before approaching them. It helps to show dogs physical affection. When a dog is scared, it is best to show them that you're not a danger to them and you're not trying to hurt them. Never yell, hit, or abuse. Well, you might think it will help teach them. It doesn't. It scares them and makes them feel unloved. How often do shelters groom their dogs? To keep the dogs clean and well, it is best to brush them at least 1 to 2 times a day. It is best to bathe them 1 to 2 times a week and fully groom them 3 to 4 times a month to make sure they are healthy. What if the dogs are scared of people or other dogs? If dogs are scared of humans, it is best to spend as much one-on-one personal time with the dog as you can. Don't do anything crazy like going on walks or outside. It is better to sit with them, maybe bring treats and act happy and calm around them and just sit with them until they are comfortable, which can be a long process. Try this process until they're happy to see you, then move up to bigger steps like going outside or being with other dogs.
Proposal summary. To sum the whole thing up, the point is that there are a lot of dogs struggling with anxiety or are sick or unhappy in general. We hope that by promoting jobs at shelters to help the dogs will actually work and there will be plenty of volunteers to help. Fingers crossed that there will be a less percentage of sick, dying, unhappy dogs in shelters and they will eventually be adopted by good families. And the picture shows the amount of dogs and cats that are adopted each year. Any questions?
Literally no one. I don't know. I watch my dog every other month.
Are you guys next?
Actually, sometimes we brush my dog after we give her a bath. If my dog we literally watch Yeah.
can, so just talk like towards the mic when you go. Feel free to read off the slides. And then yeah, you'll just use the arrows to move
Left and right or up and down?
Left and right.
Obviously, left and right.
I don't know.
Alright.
Alright, everyone, can I have quiet from
Just say that we're doing that.
Where's my dad? Dad, I hope you're watching this.
Is your dad coming or is he watching?
I don't know.
Okay.
All right. Pledge of Allegiance by Me and Beans.
What is the problem? Our problem is that we don't do the Pledge of Allegiance at our school, and it is a state law.
How did we reach this problem? We got this problem because we think that we should do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Why is it a problem? Because we think that it would be respectful to do it, and because it is a state law.
Why is this problem relevant to me? We want to do the Pledge of Allegiance to show our respect to our country.
What are previous and past solutions to this problem? We always used to do the pledge, but now we stopped, and we think we should start doing it again.
What policies currently impact this problem, helpful or non-helpful? People might not want to do it because it involves religion.
What obstacles were in the way of the prior solutions? It might be a strong rule that we can't change.
What scientific information is helpful to know or understand this problem? Why the school stopped doing the pledge and how we can bring it back.
Why did we stop doing the Pledge of Allegiance? Our steps of collecting data was sending out a form to staff and students about the Pledge of Allegiance. And the top 3 were once a week, 5 times a week, and never.
Claim. We think that we should bring it back to at least once a week because of the state law, and we should show respect and do it.
Evidence. It shows respect to do the Pledge of Allegiance. But it doesn't show disrespect if you don't do it. We also found out that 29% of the classes don't have American flags.
Reasoning. Some people could find it disrespectful to not do the pledge and show respect for the country.
We interviewed someone higher up in the school district and to see what they knew about doing and not doing the pledge.
What's the experience of this expert? They will know a lot of what goes on around the school.
We found out that we just stopped doing the pledge one day, and we also found out that they would want to bring back the pledge, and yeah.
What policy do we propose? Doing the pledge at least once a week.
We think that we should do the pledge at least once a week and up to 5 times a week.
Who is the appropriate audience for this proposal? The teachers and the principal.
What are steps to start this proposed solution? Talking to someone that might be able to help us, sending out a survey so people would say what they think about bringing it back.
Where is your policy proposal solution currently? We don't do the pledge right now, but we want to change it so at least once a week, up to 5 times a week.
Questions, why don't we do the pledge? There is no reason why we don't do it.
Can we still do the pledge? The answer is yes, we could.
Who changed it so we don't do the pledge? Someone in the school district just stopped doing it one day.
Do we have to do it? It is a mass state law that schools have to do it, so I don't know why we aren't.
And does everyone have to participate? No, not everyone does. If you choose not to, then you don't have to.
We're trying to bring it back, the pledge, so that we can do it once a week and to get
it to 5 times a week. It also has a mass day law that the school has to do the pledge. Not all students have to participate in the pledge, but it should be offered, at least done.
Maybe twice.
Miss Dabney, can I get mine today instead? See it? Who's going next? I know. I'm after Connor. What is like the lodge? Well, it's changed on the schedule. Maybe pick me up at 12. She texted me saying seriously the attitude. My legs are so I bought that for it's like one of those like massage chairs. Yeah. It's like the one, you know, like the pedicure chair. It's like the massage chair. You know, like the yeah. My dad's best friend waiting for me in the store one day. I was like, and this is taking forever, so we just sat. I was like, I actually
I had an 87. I had an
I presented an award to her last year at the Single of the Show, and that's how you pronounce it. She clarifies for her.
What's going on next?
I cannot hear you. This is fancy.
It is. Alright, so you will use just the arrows to flip through. Feel free to just read off your slides. Do you need anything? We good? We ready? We excited? Need it? Alright.
Today's will be now.
Woo!
Yes.
And read slower than you think you need to, because every time, like when you're presenting,
Is that why we waited 5 minutes?
Yes. And like, you know, you get nervous, you talk faster than you think you are, and it's easier to understand if you're talking nice and slow.
All right, everybody. are ready to get started.
I'm Sarah, and this is Trent. Our project is on how drinking affects teens' mental and physical health.
Background information. What are the previous and past solutions to this problem? The government has created laws as an attempt to prevent teens from gaining access to alcohol.
What policies currently impact this problem, helpful or not helpful? There is a law stating that liquor stores are only allowed to sell alcohol to people 21 and older. It can be helpful at times, however, some teens can still access alcohol.
What obstacles were in the way at the time of prior solutions? People didn't actually listen to their adults and they didn't think alcohol was that big of a deal.
What scientific information is helpful to know to understand this problem? Alcohol very negatively affects brain growth and your memory.
What policies currently impact this problem, helpful or not helpful? There is a law stating, wait, you already said that. It can be helpful at times, however, some teens can still access alcohol through school or even their own homes.
The problem. What is the problem? Drinking in adolescents or young people underage, causing problems with their mental and physical health.
Why is this problem relevant to me? Because it has an effect on how we are influenced as a society and it affects my community.
How did we reach this problem? We have been noticing it in our communities and just how it affects everybody around us.
Why is this a problem? It is a problem because it affects many teens across the nation and could ruin their life.
Policy proposal. We propose that to get more help with teens who have been affected with alcohol. That's what we propose. Yeah, I said that wrong.
Yeah. Who is the appropriate audience for this proposal? The teens in our community and just people around in general, I guess.
How is this proposal actionable? We are going to try to talk to people who could possibly help set up an event which would make it easier for teens to access the help that we propose so we could decrease the amount of teens that have mental health problems from alcohol problems or experiences.
What are the steps to start this proposed solution? Talking to a professional on teens' mental health and how alcohol affects it, and talking to counselors to our school to see if they can help us set up an event as previously stated at some point.
Scientific findings. Steps of collecting data. We made a survey with a variety of questions and used data from there. We also use data from research.
Comparative question. Do teens come into contact with alcohol because of accessibility or accidentally?
The answer to the comparative question. Based on our research and our collected data, we didn't find an exact answer, but what we did find was mostly leading towards the accessibility side with places like their homes or just any contact in general. Most people didn't have much alcohol, so it didn't really have much of an effect on them either. In addition, most people said that they would have gotten help if they had a problem.
And in our survey that we made, we asked a few questions, and one of them was, have you ever come in contact with alcohol in your life? 55.6% said yes, 44.4% said no.
Our expert interview. The characteristics that we were looking for on an expert was someone who was around teens, someone who did a lot of work with mental health, and someone who works specifically with teens' mental health, and someone who knows what happens when you throw other substances into that mix.
What is the expertise of this expert? Our expert's expertise is counseling, which means he works around kids and their mental health all the time.
Mainly what our expert said was that they think a lot of the problem comes from peer pressure and wanting to fit in. Another thing that was said to get help from others because often teens kept things to themselves and said that it's better to help by getting help.
And finally, they said along with the getting help, you should have other mechanisms to cope other than just drinking.
Scientific findings claim teens getting into drinking can lead to a downward spiral of negative things caused by alcohol, so we claim that with the right help given, teens can recover or even stop before they even start drinking.
We found that kids that start drinking at an early age are more likely to have issues with their mental health, depression, anxiety, etc., rather than teens who don't drink. After some research, we found that if you drink as a teen, or at about 15, there's a 40% chance your brain will be wired for alcoholism. Even low levels of alcohol can affect the part of your brain that controls judgment, behavior, and impulse control. Also, teens who use alcohol are at a higher risk of developing mental health problems such as depression, suicidal thoughts, and psychosis as adults.
This is important because without teens knowing this, they're at risk of being seriously hurt or worse, death. Since teens are stubborn and don't listen to anyone, the only way that we can think of showing a perspective is from a younger audience.
For our future steps, we propose that we could set up an event to show awareness to a younger audience from a younger audience about what alcohol does to your body, your growth, and your mental health. We were considering contacting the school counselors because they can contact others about our event proposal and know more about this than we do and can be a helpful resource for gaining information.
Frequently asked questions. Why does it affect mental health so much? It affects mental health because as a teen, you're still growing and alcohol can negatively impact that growth because alcohol is an antidepressant.
Why is this about how it affects them and not preventing it? Data from a survey of 43,000 U.S. adults heightened concerns that easy alcohol use adults heightened concerns that early alcohol use independent of other risk factors may contribute to the risk of developing future alcohol problems.
How often do kids that drink frequently at a young age end up with prolonged drinking problems? After we did some research, we found that there is not a complete answer, but given the right circumstances, it can lead to a future problem.
Are the effects of drinking alcohol greater in teens or adults? Typically, the alcohol affects adolescents way more because of the fact that you're growing. It usually affects brain function in adolescence.
Proposal summary. We propose that we need to get more help and raise awareness for teens that have been affected by alcohol. Making it easier for teens to access this help could decrease the amount of teens that have mental health problems or drinking problems.
Maybe answer your questions?
All right, very nice job.
Is there any more?
So at this point we have about 15 minutes left. Here's the deal though.